The first international conference on multidisciplinary studies, IComSi 2022. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm Albert, would like to extend our gratitude and a great appreciations for your presence here. And ladies and gentlemen, at this beautiful occasion, please do allow me to greet the conference chair and also dear invited speaker of IComSi 2022. We can give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Franz Whitson, and also Professor Roberto Totoli, Associate Professor Francesca Bellino, and also we have later online Professor Joseph Mumbazulu, and also Professor Abdul Haq Cheng and Professor Dr. Andes Sutarno from Universitas 11 Maret. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly also enjoy this conference as we're going to have a great discussion in this IComSi 2022, which is organized by Graduate School of Universitas 11 Maret in collaboration with the Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, Pakistan. And ladies and gentlemen, talking about the theme of IComSi 2022 is community development and cultural changes in the time of natural crisis. As you all know, the pandemic of the COVID-19 does bring changes in almost all aspects of life. IComSi 2022 provides an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to bring new hope and horizons that will contribute to advanced research and policy on culture, environment, health, community development after the pandemic. That's why we're so happy to welcome you all at this discussion at the IComSi 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, to start this great occasion, I would like us you all to rise as we're going to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, for the next agenda, I would like to give the chance to the committee chair to deliver his speech and open the conference officially. I kindly please Professor Andrik Purwasito, DEA, to come on stage to deliver his speech and also open the conference officially. The time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Professor Andrik Purwasito.
Thank you very much for all of you. I am Andrik Purwasito, and now I teach in the Culture Studies of Sekolah Pascasarjana, Universitas 11 Maret. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya, Om Swastiastu, and greeting of all us. First of all, I would like to say thank you for our rector and also our dean, and also for our team for this, the first conference international on multidisciplinary studies. And also thank you very much for all participants, and especially the honorable of our speakers. Yeah. First of all, I want to call Mr. Professor Roberto Totoli. Thank you very much. He is come from the Naples, Oriental Italy, and want to present his paper, Moral Development and Human Responsibilities on Natural Change. Thank you very much for your coming, and hope we can making collaboration in the future. He is the specialist of the Islamic studies, and who have the study program of Islamic studies. I think we can also dialogue and also conversation, and also make the memorandum understanding, etc. We can do that, because this participant come from all of the city in Indonesia, and now you in the middle of the Indonesian country. This is Surakarta, and we have the two great village. One is the Royal of Kraton Kasunanan Surakarta, and secondly, we have the Kabupaten Kadipaten Mangkunegaran. And I hope you can also come to this place, because it is a traditional royal in now. Thank you very much. And secondly, we have the invited speaker, the Honorable of Professor Frans Wisens. Yeah, Prof. Wisens. From the Radboud University, Nijmegen, Netherlands. Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Frans Wisens. Yeah, I think you can speak Indonesia. No, sedikit. Thank you very much. Luar biasa. Yeah. Bapak Frans Wisens want to present his paper, Climate Change, Global Problems and Various Approaches. Yeah, this is very, very important, because he said that Indonesia in the future or now is very dangerous for the environment. But potentially, environment is very potential to develop Indonesia in the future. Thank you very much for your support. And thirdly, we have the invited speaker also, Bapak Sutarno. I think I cannot come this room, but I want to. But it is the second plenary. Yeah, please sit there. The Honorable of Professor Joseph Mumba Zulu. He is in Africa, but we join with the online platform, yeah. And I don't know, he hear my speech. Professor Joseph Mumba Zulu from Zambia, Lusaka, Zambia, and want to present reflection of the development of the health promotion. And also we have the Honorable of Professor Abdul Haq Chang, Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, Pakistan. He speaks Bahasa Indonesia very well, and he stay very long time also in several cities in Indonesia. Mr. Chang also used the platform online directly from the Pakistan. And finally, we have the Honorable Professor Ibu Professor Francesca Bellino, University of Naples, Oriental Italy. He is a specialist, the expert of the Arabic literature. It's true? Yeah. And she is also want to present her paper, Multidisciplinary in the Arabic and the Islamic Studies. Well, okay, from the Naples. And I think we have all the invited speakers, and we with Mr. Sutarno, maybe now because he play play badminton or no? I forget. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the important is our conference international today. As I noted that we can share experience. First of all, we can share experience, and also we can make good relation, and we can do the collaboration and research, or also in the cultural activities. And we say thank you for Ibu siapa, Bu? Ibu Antonia. He speak well in Bahasa Indonesia. Yeah. She is come from Nepal University. Matur nuwun, Ibu. Yeah. For this interest, we want to give you share the address, yeah, because we want to printing your address and also your specialist. After that, we can also communicate it after the conference, and very hope that you can make a collaboration, all of us. This is our objective of this conference international. Well, finally, thank you very much for your support, and enjoy your conference. And also, after that, I want to present our art, Japanese art. Yeah. We have the small group, yeah, to participate this conference with the traditional dance. Thank you very much, and enjoy your conference. Well.
Thank you very much, Professor Andrik Purwosito, DEA, for opening the IComSi 2022 officially. And right now, we're going to have a performance first. Mr. Totoli. Hang on. Yeah, there will be a traditional performance which we would like you to enjoy. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before the conference session, I'm going to bring you all to enjoy a traditional dance performance by Paguyuban Bonoroto from Plesungan Gondang Rejo, Karanganyar, which will perform Bedayan Nawang Wulan. So I'm gonna bring you to the love story between Nawang Wulan and Jaka Tarub. Ladies and gentlemen, Paguyuban Bonoroto with Bedayan Nawang Wulan. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, big round of applause for Paguyuban Bonoroto with Bedayan Nawang Bulan. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to move on to the next agenda, which is the panel session 1. We're going to have Professor Roberto Totoli, Professor Franz Winston, and also Professor Dr. Anda Sutarno, MSc PhD. So ladies and gentlemen, to make this session run smoothly, I'd like to introduce you to our moderator, Ibu Zaimatus Sadia. She's currently pursuing her doctoral degree on religion and ecology from Radboud University, the Netherlands, and obtained her master's degree on Middle Eastern Studies from Universitas Gadjah Mada. She's the co-founder of Avicenna Virtual Madrasah, a collaboration of PZINU branches, the Netherlands, Germany, and Turkey. Her research interests are on religion and ecology, ecofeminism, Islamic jurisprudence, and Arabic literature. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you Ibu Zaimatus Sadia.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Thanks God that we can meet together here in this panel. It is very interesting moment that we can talk about environmental issues from diverse approaches. And before we start, I would like to say thank you to the rector of UNS and also to the director of Pascasarjana UNS and also all distinguished invited speakers today and all the audience. We will start our panel today with Professor Totoli. Before we start, I think you know about him already, that the committee already introduced him to you, but for further information about her, so we know better. So, Professor Roberto Totoli, got his BA in Oriental Languages and Literature at Venezia Ca' Foscari, sorry for misspelling, yeah, and also got his PhD at Napoli El Orientale. He studied at Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and now he has full professor in Islamic Studies since 2011 and rector since November 2020. He has project on the ERC Synergy project, the European Quran. This project is financed 10 million euros by the European Commission for 2018 until 2025. Wow, a big project, yeah? So we will listen to his presentation. Yeah, thank you. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here and for granting me the big honor to be the first speaker of this conference. The title of my speech, of my talk today is something calling me in a confrontation with, as many of you are here, people engaged in STEAM sciences, and I really take the challenge to, as a humanist, a scholar of Islamic studies, to interact and to give my opinion on many questions in relation to interdisciplinary confrontation and discussion. I start by recalling the burden of the words mentioned in the titles, both of the conference and of my talk: multidisciplinarity, development, human responsibility, natural change. it's actually a burden which for a humanist like me must be discussed looking in all the direction, the past, the present, and the future. We are indeed living in a time where present seems to attract all the thoughts, a time in which the past seems hardly to be able to include a moral lesson for the future, and where the future appears as a way of prefiguring a different present. I guess politics, economics, and religions have all their answers on this, such as scholars coming from STEAM disciplines or coming from humanities. And every answer is working well in its proper specific environment or discipline. I, or rather we, as academics, have our own concerns and answers, reflecting the facts and realities we can know from our job as teachers, researchers, and people devoted to shape pupils, students, and young researchers. We actually are basing our knowledge on study and research which was shaped in a close or less close past of our lives. At the same time, we try to interpret the present for our students, and we hope to open a path for them to the future. This is uttered today and now in a momentous time which was and is still marked by a pandemic that showed the weaknesses of an interconnected world that has been constantly reasoning in terms of a continuous growth, a world in which the speed of information could be accompanied by an ever-increasing speed of movement. The pandemic said stop unexpectedly and prompted reaction and reflection from everyone, including from the academics and universities of all over the world. Along with all of this, for Europe, a war at the beginning of the year, of this year, interrupted the longest period of peace ever in European history. And this added crisis to crisis, changing not only the world and Europe, but also the perception of the world itself in Europe. It is with all this in mind that I come to the key words indicated in the titles above. Words which have been standing there interrogating the present and prefiguring the future for the last 10 years at least, and that the contingencies of the present make it even more stringent for us and for our role as educators and researchers. Multidisciplinarity. This is the new trend in education and research. The ideal of a formation including sciences and techniques plus human sciences is coming to light, facing the new challenges of a contemporary world where interactions between different peoples and styles prompt the need for a composite approach. Scholars in social sciences and humanities are pushed more and more to have notions of statistics, information technologies, evolution even in physics, and knowledge of the concerns of sciences, while students and scholars of scientific matters are more and more requested to face complex realities, having a look to the managing of complexity in humanistic realms, as also a way to better understand the contemporary doubts on scientific certainties. And along with these, scholars and students of scientific fields are also more and more pushed to consider ethical concerns and implication in multiform societies. For this, and as a way to apply directly interdisciplinarity, we would need to join forces and recall the need of what I would like to name lateral thinking. We need a new type of thinking, looking at things from a non-traditional point of view in order to generate new solutions and the conditions being able to share profits and losses between all the actors across the world. Universities and educational institutions can do this that much more than private companies legitimately looking for profit. And multidisciplinarity is the key for many other things. Only multidisciplinarity can prompt this lateral thinking. That is a manner of trying to solve problems using an indirect and creative approach, via reasoning that is not immediately obvious, and this can only be achieved by academies being able to support projects and lines of research of no immediate result. Development. The word development as a whole is growing in consuming, the world now is growing in consuming, diffusing goods, producing things. The world goes on developing. But what relates more to economy, politics, and related questions is also in need of a moral development. Ethics are fundamental in this. In an interconnected world, being able to create new larger societies, the pandemic has showed unexpected weaknesses and the significance of the relevance of every specific detail, being able to stop circulation and production of goods and of knowledge. Development cannot be separated by a moral commitment, including in its agenda inclusivity, capability to attract and comply with differences and defeat the rhetoric of what prevents the possibility to interact positively. It is not a question of erasing specificity and difference, but rather to lead them in a realm of what can be less significant to others while being central for the self. The attention of all of us is to respect personal spheres and attitudes, not in name of a diversity in itself, but in the name of what is common to all of us, which is always much more than diversity. And it is not a question of relativism, but being able to put together the differences of people's feelings, beliefs, and behaviors in a world of growing interaction. It is mixing different competencies and knowledge. Universities must be central in this, in educating people to the present and future of this, and in sponsoring research taking into consideration the right words of a sustainable development, and developments being able to consider morals and ethics as a necessary mode of declining things rather than a limit in a freedom. But we are also aware that new sensibilities on the question of development can be understood in different ways in different parts of the world. Emerging countries sometimes affirm the need not to dramatize environmental effects of development and to permit them to increase productions, which is also a production of waste and problems, like in Western world. We have to share in this a new attention to the needs of some countries and the needs of the whole, being aware that we need to laterally thinking and to find a way out between a dichotomy of development for the few and environmental defense and then control of resources and consumption by all. Human responsibility. I'm a humanist in Islamic studies, and as mentioned above, I'd like to underline how the English word for the non-STEAM disciplines is humanities. A nice plural of what is a and as such belonging to the core of being human in the world. I believe that in the effort to multidisciplinarity as an actor in creating a moral development, humanities have a major responsibility as being the disciplines involving the inner core of human being, at least in their best exemplification. I do not escape from the fact that in many cases, humanities have a tendency for confrontation between different theories, construction of new knowledge, all the times from the beginning, and confrontation rather than the collective construction of knowledge. Thoughts and visions may not be the same, but interdisciplinarity also means crossing the same disciplines themselves with the intent of progressive construction and not only with a desire to write everything anew. The concept of a new humanism is sometimes mentioned in the world of research. If this is true, it must take place with the contribution of all, overcoming particularisms and reasons for confrontation or clash, moving from religions, politics, economics, from their competitions on the ground. Humanities have in this a peculiar strength, common to the best of scientific research, the capability to rethink things and to be able to search for logic even where it would seem impossible. Here too we need to think anew in a new way and a new way of lateral thinking. Natural change. Sustainability and the control of natural resources are major themes today, such as the perception all over the world of the changing in climate and in the condition of natural resources, which are the object of debates and of many alarms. We are all here on the threshold of important decisions. We have to decide whether to close our eyes and trust that the earth and natural forces are in one of their own cycles without particular differences, or that the anthropization of the world has reached a level that will endanger planet Earth in the long run. Scientists and natural sciences scholars are at work defining renewable forms of energy and pointing out the dangers that will be left to the next generation. You who are scholars in scientific subjects know that the same thinking pervades the humanistic disciplines, but the humanistic gaze of the present can only turn to philosophical and historical reflections and in analysis of the contemporary situation to search for what future with many unknowns holds for us, no less than in the other phases in our past history. Awareness of the human reaction to crisis time, feelings in times of trust or of dangers. We need this. We know all this from our long history as human beings. I come to my conclusions. I finish stating that awareness of all this should be the main concern for universities and academies today in a time, for sake of this, that the knowledge landscape is featured by exceptional uncertainty due to social, economical and geopolitical challenges. In such a situation and with these challenges, the question is, do universities and academies have a role in promoting reflections? It may not be easy because universities are called to cover a double function all over the world. They are generators of public good, I mean research, and of private good, teaching. The solution to this double function, we know, are different according to the models. Private support for teaching is prevailing in many countries, US and UK, while the need for public funding in research is generally considered as necessary, and in many nations are funded by nations and not by private money. How to combine this double mission, the different models and general crises perceived of the current education and research institutions? I'm here as a scholar in humanities. We are here to give representation of a common thought, I guess. Awareness of a problem, we say, is a halfway to try to solve it. Sharing this belief, talking each other about it from different countries, from various parts of the world, is a first step. As a first step is to share the significance today of the words with which I started my short testimony here: multidisciplinarity, development, human responsibility, and natural change. Just sharing the centrality of these words and concepts, I think it is important. It is a way to go deep into the problems connected from a scientific or a humanistic point of view and approach, but also a possibility to share more than simple words, the nature of the problems and their deep connection everywhere at every level. This is indeed, I think, the challenge of the future of educational and research institutions as ours, and in moment and occasion like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Totoli. Before we go to our second presenter, please welcome Professor Sutarno, PhD from UNS, our third speaker. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, if I can conclude what Professor Totoli taught previously, that environmental issues is become human issues. It is issues of humanity that we are facing now. It is beyond diversity of languages, of religion, of belief, and etc. So we, as researchers, as educators, we have to work together. Since multidisciplinarity and also working together is a key to find a better solution for the problems we are facing now. And also, we need a new perspective towards natural resources that previously perceived as an object, like the earth as an object, the sky as an object. We need a new perspective. Those natural resources are not an object. They are living organisms like us. They live together with us. So this problem that we are facing now also need our hand. We have to work together so we can face a better life in the future. Thank you. For our second speaker, please welcome Professor Frans Wijsen from Radboud University in Nijmegen. He was Vice Dean of the Faculty of Theology, Philosophy, and Religious Studies at Radboud University. He is an expert in interreligious dialogue and also in religion and ecology. And now he is a visiting professor at Gadjah Mada University. Yeah, please, the time is yours.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. Dear participants, it is really an honor and a pleasure to be here this morning and to share some ideas about the very important topic that was introduced already by Professor Roberto on community development and cultural change in a time of natural crisis. And I thank the rector and the organizers for inviting me. I was asked to talk about climate change, global problems, and various approaches. And I will do so in 3 steps. First, I will talk about climate change and environmental issues as a global problem, and we heard already a human problem that affects all of us. And I think this is obvious, so I can be short. Second, as this is one of the subtopics of this conference, I want to go to various approaches to solve that problem. A traditional one based on expert knowledge and a new approach based on co-creation, multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, or maybe better, transdisciplinarity. Co-creation of knowledge. Not only academicians, but also ordinary people, also entrepreneurs, also people at grassroots level have their own knowledge, and we can bring them together in finding solutions to this problem. Third, I wish to elaborate on a specific approach, a discursive approach, because in my observation and in my experience, when we have a co-creation experience, we all speak our own languages, we also have our own visions. One goes that direction, the other goes that direction. But the issue of community development is, how can you bring them together? How can you create communality or comunitas? So that will be my third topic. And all these topics have to be addressed in 20 minutes. And you can understand that we cannot solve all of these issues in 20 minutes. But I will do my best. First of all, first topic, climate change, environmental issues as a global problem. I follow Professor Roberto, a human problem, whether you are Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, atheist, humanist, or whatever, it affects all of us. It is a common challenge. And Indonesia plays a major role in that, both in terms of solutions and in terms of causes. I think this is obvious for you, so I can be short. Indonesia has a population of 280 million people, the fourth largest country in the world. In Europe, we forget that. A population growth of 1.5%, 4 million more mouths to feed every year. What does this mean for our agricultural production? An economic growth of 6% in Europe. We are jealous about that. We hardly reach 1% or even 0%. And a rapid urbanization. 60% of the Indonesian population lives in towns, producing 200,000 tons waste per day, mentioned already. Rivers are heavily polluted by microplastics, chemicals, metals, antibiotics, creating huge environmental and health problems. And Indonesia lost already 80% of its rainforest. Now rainforests are producers of oxygen, so this is not a local issue, this is a global issue. Rainforests are the lungs of the world. So when you cut your trees, we all suffer. I can continue, but I don't do that. I think that also Indonesia plays an important role in overcoming those challenges, both at the international level, at various climate change conferences. Indonesia made promises to control greenhouse gas, to reduce plastic, to reduce deforestation, and also in its domestic policies, Indonesian government stimulates green policies, environmental education in 250,000 schools. It stimulates the eco-pesantren, eco-Islamic boarding schools, and eco-mosques, making them more green, more clean. Well, what I want to say in my first point, climate change, environmental issues is global. Indonesia is an important cause of climate change, cutting trees, producing greenhouse gas. But I really also see that Indonesia commits itself to do something about it. I leave this for the first topic. I go to my second topic. Various approaches. I was asked to address various approaches. And, well, it is clear we have become aware that we cannot look at Jakarta to solve our problems. Yani and I did a research on Citarum River, pollution of Citarum River, and we cannot look at Jakarta or the army say, okay, we have a problem, please solve our problem. A river is our common problem. We all have to do something about it. The air that we breathe, the water that we drink, we cannot say that is the government. It is a problem for all of us, and that needs another approach. It is not based on expert knowledge, it is based on a co-creating knowledge. Integrative, just some catchwords, integrative, collaborative, cross-sectoral, multidisciplinary, multi-level from grassroots to Jakarta, over provinces, municipalities, and so on and so on. Common visioning, shared ownership, forming coalitions. We have to do it together. Sometimes we compete, sometimes we build consensus. That's not easy, but it can be done. So in response to these big challenges, we became aware that there is a new approach is needed. Not based on the expert, I do this, you do that. What you do may have consequences for the other, and what the other does may have consequences for you. Now we have to do it together, otherwise it won't work. And we have many examples of that in the world. So co-creating, including various disciplines in a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, or transdisciplinary way. We have to include entrepreneurs, business people, activists, civil society groups. We have to do it together. And we have to do it at different levels, at the municipality level, at the provincial level, at the national level, at the international level. How to integrate, how to coordinate all those conflicting visions and competing interests. For example, when we deal with water, we have people concerned with the water quality, preventing pollution. how to do away with microplastics or chemicals or antibiotics in water. We also have to do with safety, how to deal with floods, because that is a different discipline. Water quality, water safety, energy transition. We all know that we cannot continue to consume the energy as we do, so we need other solutions. We have more and more people who want to live, so we need housing. We have businesses who want to produce things and sell things. We need recreation, we need tourism, we need to protect nature, also cultural heritage. So many different interests, many different competing visions related to that. So what we learned from various projects is collaborating needs a joint vision. Where are we going to? I think humanities comes in there and ethics comes in there. Professor Roberto said, maybe you come from a technology background, you have a solution, I can clean the water, no problem at all. But why? What for? We need a vision. Where are we going to? Where do we want to do? Not next year, because that is another problem. Most of the time politicians think until the next election, 3 years, 4 years maybe, and then finished. We get funds for 3 years to do something, and then the president says, look what I done. But that doesn't work. We have good examples in Europe, for example, in cleaning the River Rhine. That is not something that you do in 3 years. That is something that you do in 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And you have to allocate funds for that, independent of the government, whatever government there is. So there is always funds available. So you need joint visioning, a common language. That is my third topic. I come back to that. What language do you speak? When you are a water engineer or when you are an economist, different languages, different words have different meanings. We don't understand each other. There are underlying ideologies. So how do we bring that diversity, that variety into a common vision? A community of joint ownership. This is not your problem, this is not my problem, this is not the problem of Jakarta, this is our problem. We have to do it together. So joint visioning, common language, flexible time frame. We need to be flexible. Unexpected things happen. A new government can come, a new president may come with different ideas. Allocating funds beyond the next election time, so long-term planning. Now, in various projects we learned 2 issues are fundamental. First of all, the attitudes toward nature. Here again, humanities comes in, ethics comes in. Do we consider ourselves to be masters of creation? We can exploit nature, or maybe Al-Khalifa ID, we are steward ID, or are we partners of nature? Maybe nature is even stronger than us. In Europe, we realize with climate change, we cannot fight any longer. Dutch people, I come from the Netherlands, we were good in water management, building dikes, higher, higher, higher. But there is an end to that technology. And sometimes we have to accept, okay, water is stronger than we are. So just give room to the river and give up all our technical solutions, building dikes and so on and so on. So what vision do we have? How do we relate to nature? Are we masters of nature? Are we the exploiters of nature? Or do we consider ourselves as partners of nature? We have to collaborate with nature. Or maybe you say, I'm participant in nature. I am part of nature. I cannot put myself against nature. So all these visions we have to think, and we have to talk about how do we consider ourselves in relation to nature. And there is also the management style. Doing this really needs a style of management that is able to bring people together in a common vision in creating communality. That was the third topic that was I was asked to address. Community development. Bringing people together in a communitas, communio, creating a shared, a sense of shared ownership. Now, the problem is that we all have our own stories. We all interpret these stories in different ways, and we have different conflicts. Now, some of you may know I do research on plastic waste. Well, for some people that is a problem. Say, oh, it's very bad, microplastics danger our health, so alarming. Some people say, so what's the problem? Yeah, plastic is light, it is cheap, easy, long-lasting. So we have quite different interpretations of facts, and even facts are quite, the way we perceive and construct facts is quite different. So it is easy said, bring people together in a community, but we speak different languages, we have different visions, we have different ideologies. So, and that means a good leader and a community developer is able to bring people together, to bring that variety to harmony. By forming discourse coalitions, can we create a common language? Multi-level, as I said already, municipality, village, municipality, regency, province, national, with all the complex legislations, all the complex interests. Housing, recreation, business, energy transition, so all different disciplines with their own specific interest, how to bring that together in consensus. Sometimes we compete, you do this, I do that. Sometimes we compromise, but we have to create a sense of common ownership. Now, in Indonesia, there is an increasing eco-vocabulary. I'm not going to bother you with that. I just mentioned we speak about eco-theology, eco-Islam, eco-pesantren, eco-campus, eco-dawah, eco-jihad, eco-sharia, eco-din, eco-mosque, and I continue. Many words. And that words draw on various traditions, and they have various emotions. Some people say small is beautiful, we have to go back to nature. Other people would say we need smart solutions. Some people say the 3 R's. We have to reduce, we have to reuse, we have to recycle. Other people would say, no, we have to refuse, not reduce, refuse. There is a different vision behind it. Some words are interpretative. You speak about the crisis of climate change. Some people say it is not a crisis. We have climate changes throughout the century. Maybe you see it as a challenge, or maybe simply put it in a more neutral way, it is a change. So there are various words with various meanings and various visions. Other words are related to the intervention. What can we do about it? People say we have to nature conservation. We need preservation of nature. We need the protection of nature. All those words assume an image of the human being that I am above nature. I have to conserve nature. I have to preserve nature. I have to protect nature. Small is beautiful. But then the question is, how are we going to feed 280 million people and 4.2 million people every year more to feed? Can you do that by going back to nature? Some people have a romantic view. Some people have a more rationalistic view. However, in daily reality, and that is the good news, the good news that maybe I can bring is that, well, all these distinctions are also too fixed. And we know that in the everyday realities, grassroots realities, the opinions and the discourses are more fluid, and they really go together. For example, when we talk about toll road, we did many interviews. One of the PhD candidates speaks about toll roads. Of course, we want to go from Solo to Yogyakarta in 40 minutes, so we need a toll road, we need cement for that. We have our laptops, we want to fly, we want to drive. All of us want that. But we also realize that the consequences on nature, and how can you balance that. And in reality, of course, people are, they have common sense. They really do understand that we have to balance various interpretations and languages. I see that my time is limited, so I come to my conclusion. I talked about climate change, the global problems and various approaches. I think what I advocated is that we really need a shift from a traditional approach, where we look at a water engineer or a very specific expert knowledge, or we look at Jakarta. We need an approach, community development, bringing people together in a community of shared ownership, collaborative, cross-sectoral, so we need to include all the different stakeholders in this debate, and a multi-level approach. Jakarta cannot do it, the municipality cannot do it, the village cannot do it, all the various levels in policy making need to be included. Last but not least, I made a plea for a more discursive approach, seeing that we all speak about reality, that we have different words, but that words have different emotions, different worldviews, and in communication, in community development, it is not enough to listen to the words, but it is also important to try to grasp what is beyond the word, what is the worldview about human beings, about nature, what is the ideology behind it to protect my interest. And I think when we move into that direction, maybe we cannot solve all the problems, but at least we can try to start solving some of these issues. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion. I give the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting speech about a global phenomenon we are facing now about climate change as a global problem, and it needs various approaches. We cannot work alone. We have to shift from traditional perspective to the new perspective, because we cannot work alone. We have to work together from multidisciplinary, from multi-level. Yeah? We also have to invite all stakeholders, not only academia, not only researchers, but also business people, politicians, to sit together, to talk about the problem we are facing, to find a better solution. And also we need join like a common language, because this problem is not a personal problem, it is a global problem. We have to consider our position towards nature. Are we master of nature, that we can exploit nature, or we are participant or part of nature, that we can work together with nature? Thank you very much, Pak Frans. And our third speaker is Professor Sutarno, PhD. Okay, I would like to read a brief, brief CV of him. Yeah, Professor Doctorandus Sutarno, MSc, PhD. He was a vice rector, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, vice rector 1 from 2015 to 2019, I mean. And now he is a director of Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. He has a lot of research on biodiversity, and he is now editor-in-chief of journal Biodiversitas, Q3 Scopus Index journal. Please, Professor, the time is yours.
Yeah,
Good morning. Yeah, actually what I want to talk about is very simple. It's just a question from Bu Haryani. How if all biodiversity in the world is extinct? That will human being in the world also extinct? Is there any answer? Anybody can give answer? Yeah, so it's finished. It's finished, yeah? Yeah, of course. If no biodiversity in the world, so it means there wasn't any people in the world can exist in this, our lovely world. So that we should be very, very careful in managing the part of our resources, the biodiversity. Okay, what I want to talk about this morning is the effect of biodiversity loss on human being. Yeah, I will introduce you what biodiversity is because it seems mostly the audience is coming from the humanities, from social sciences. That might be very rare here about biodiversity. Biodiversity is actually also talking about variety, but variety not from the community, variety of community, etc., etc. But this variety of living organism. We are also living organism, so we are also part of the biodiversity actually. Biodiversity is the biological variety and variability of life on Earth. So all the things that are living organism in this Earth belong to biodiversity. Yeah, it includes all the planets, different plants, animals, and microorganisms. So basically, it's all living organisms, plus the genetic information they contain and the ecosystem of which they are a part. Yeah. So usually when we are talking about biodiversity, it is divided into three categories. So we can study a lot of the biodiversity in the three levels. In the level of genetics, in the level of species, and in the levels of ecosystem. So it includes diversity within species. Maybe you can easily have a look at this kind of biodiversity by comparing between species. That is human, that is cow, that is horse, etc. That is biodiversity and species diversity. And inside of this species diversity, there is genetic diversity. That is make difference between individual and each species. Like we are in here, we are all different, even from one species. So it means genetically there is a difference between us, each other. And variety of ecosystem, that is ecological diversity. So we can learn, can study, can doing research in three levels of biodiversity. Yeah, that is introduction about the biodiversity. So the diversity of life or biodiversity on Earth is essential. It's essential to the health of our planet and to our well-being as human beings. It is very essential to fulfill our needs, our daily living. Every day, we always using the biodiversity, consisting of plants, animals, land, water, the atmosphere, and humans. Together, we are all form part of the planet's ecosystem, which means if there is a biodiversity crisis, our health and livelihoods are also at risk too. That's the problem. And right now, if you still remember our Ministry of Monetary talking about climate change, she said that it's much, much worse effect if comparing with COVID-19. COVID-19 yang sudah begitu dahsyat itu masih kalah dahsyatnya if we are comparing with the effect of the climate change. And it is also global climate change, not only in Indonesia, all over the world. Yeah. Biodiversity loss and climate change are the biggest environmental threats we face today. So that is our common problems actually, if you feel that. But if you don't feel that, that's okay. That's okay. So people who concerned with this, you've been doing research of this, feel it is very, very important because it will threat our life here, after, and also right now. And also for our future generation will get the effect of this climate change. Yeah, there is data in October 2020, the European Environment Agency released its State of Nature in the EU report, revealing that a shocking 81% of habitats now have a poor status, and more than a third at the EU level continue to deteriorate. It also occurs in our country. If you follow daily report from the Environmental Agency, it is actually very terrible. Like what Mr. Frank said, from the plastic pollutant. It's terrible in here. There is so many plastic here. And it's maybe more than 50 years cannot be degraded in our nature. We are now losing biodiversity up to 10,000 times faster than it was disappearing hundreds ago. So actually quite quick, the loss of our diversity. And maybe you could imagine if the climate change going all the time. For example, the temperature, 1 degrees temperature increase. You can imagine, if we are people, it's easy. Just maybe you put off your shirt, is okay. But how the microorganism, how the small plants, how the small animals, maybe cannot adapt with the changes. That is the problem. So what happened then? Just doing extinction. Of course, like that. Yeah. Why biodiversity is so important? Yeah, we'll have a look a bit. Biodiversity is essential for the process that support our life on Earth, including humans. Without a wide range of animals, plants, and microorganisms, we cannot have the healthy ecosystem that we rely on to provide us with the air we breathe and the food we eat. You could imagine if you throw away the plastic in the front of you to our environment, or chemicals that you spill from anything, from laboratory, for example, then how millions of microorganisms dead? If they are dead, it means the cycles of the soil in there, it cannot happen. That is the problem. So we have to be careful actually to our environment. We have to rule on the biodiversity. Biodiversity plays an important role in maintaining ecosystem productivity, stability, sustainability, and other ecosystem services that are essential for human beings. The ecosystem services is very useful to our living. For example, on oxygen production, we cannot live without oxygen. Form and build healthy soils, filter water on its way to the sea, pollinate crops and plant generally, store and recycle nutrients. Yeah, that is kind of the rule of the biodiversity. And also in protected areas, forests, for example, it is having a very important role in helping species as well as human beings adapt to climate change. Yeah, we should think about how we adapt to the climate change that happen. And it seems if the global human being doesn't work seriously to avoid the getting worse of the climate change, it will be very, very terrible. Of course. Yeah. It's very slow, yeah? Yeah. Biodiversity and ecosystem play an essential role for climate regulation. Current research, terrestrial and marine ecosystem absorb roughly half of the CO2 emission humanity generates. That is why when we are talking about global warming, and there, normally people said that in having a bad effect to to the global warming. Usually talking about the human activities. Human activities is resulting in many things that actually doesn't very good to our environment, to our ecosystem, to our atmosphere. There is significant potential for cutting future emission of greenhouse gases by maintaining healthy ecosystems and restoring degraded environments, replanting forests, and reducing other pressures on nature. So reduce vulnerability and increase resilience. Biodiversity loss can have significant direct human health impact if ecosystem services are no longer adequate to meet social needs. A couple of months ago, there is an international seminar that talking about the possible effect of changing environment with the pandemic of COVID-19 pandemic that already suffering many people in the world. It might be also like that for the other kinds of viruses in the world. It might be. So we have to be careful actually. Indirectly, changes in ecosystem services affect livelihoods, income, local migration, and on occasion may even cause on political conflict. Yeah. That is kind of services from ecosystem. So many services that being given from ecosystem to our life and also to our environment. For example, supporting that's for habitat, biodiversity, soil formation, photosynthesis, and also providing many kinds of food and regulating many things like climate regulation, cleaning water, etc., etc. So many things. Unfortunately, our activities might be daily activities when we are using car, using motorcycle, using plane, etc., etc. It's all because we are using fossil fuel, of course. There are many substances that are being released, and it's, unfortunately, it's not good to our environment. Our activities needs for food, water, and land, and our demand for energy and more stuff are destroying habitats. You could imagine how if the habitat is getting destroyed. Polluting our air and water and driving species of animals and plants to extinction. That is the problem. Biodiversity loss. The primary drivers of biodiversity loss is influenced by the exponential growth of the human population. Exponential growth of the human population. Increased consumption as people strive for more affluent lifestyles and reduced resource efficiency. This I got from the Encyclopedia Britannica from Patrick O'Neill. And that is the feature. How the relationship between the increase of population in the world and the increase of the number of biodiversity that doing extinction. Like that. That's also similar. And human activities. Actually, there is strong evidence that the climate change over the last half century has been caused largely by human activity, such as the burning of fossil fuels and including agriculture and deforestation. If, in this country, if you have a look, the publication, how from year to year, starting about 1960s to right now, how many millions hectares of our forest is being degraded. That's very, very bad, actually. And also, the effect of human activities as solar radiation. 50% of solar radiation absorbed by Earth, 20% scattered by the clouds, absorbed by clouds and atmosphere, and 6% scattered by atmosphere, 4% reflected by surface. However, then, because so many gases in our atmosphere, then the energy coming to our Earth cannot reflect outside, and getting in our Earth is getting more energy, getting hotter and hotter. Water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, ozone. Also, it is actually mostly coming from our activities. Human-produced greenhouse gas levels, it's like this. That is from our activities as well. The red one is CO2 from fossil fuel use and other sources. Maybe this country is still the biggest population that still using fossil fuels. Pak Jokowi already said that maybe in 2030 is the last car that's using fossil fuel. Hopefully like that. If it can be realized, it's very, very good. Very, very good. So no more car using fossil fuel anymore after 2030, hopefully. That's like this. So human activities actually producing greenhouse gases much in this our lovely Earth. Warming of climate. Warming of the climate is definitely occurring and can be observed by the increases in global sea and air temperatures, also widespread melting of snow and ice, and also rising global sea level. Like what happened in a country in Southeast Asia is already right now can be observed anymore because already emerged in the seawater. Effect of climate change on biodiversity. Climate change is able to decrease genetic diversity population. That's the problem. The effect on the populations are likely to modify the web of interaction at the community level as well. And this is the feature, how our CO2 in the Earth is getting increased all the time. And also the global average sea level, Northern Hemisphere snow cover getting decreased. Effect of climate change on biodiversity continues. Yeah, the primary impact on climate change for many species may be mediated through effect on synchrony with species, food and habitat requirement. So if there wasn't any synchrony in this thing, so maybe there wasn't much anymore between the plants and the pollinators. So there wasn't any product. So will have bad impact on our agriculture. Climate change has led to phenological shift in flowering plants and insect pollinator, causing mismatch between plant and pollinator population that lead to the extinction of both the plant and the pollinator. Some lakes might dry out. Yeah, that is the effect of the climate change. Also, the effect on genetic and species diversity have potentially strong implications for ecosystem services, especially when fitness decrease and lead to species extinction. The effect of climate change can operate at individual, population, species, community, ecosystem, and biomes. Yeah. Biodiversity respond to climate change. How our biodiversity giving response to our climate change? Basically, every living organism having the way how to adapt with climate change. However, if the climate change is getting so quickly And there wasn't any time enough for adapting the climate change. What happened then? Of course, extinction. Yeah. Then how to improve? Oh, just a minute. I'll keep away. Improving the health of biodiversity. It is the area of research that is very interesting right now. We could actually improve the health of biodiversity by the sustainable management of natural habitats and creation of protected areas, the creation of new ecosystems, and the restoration of degraded biodiversity to enhance ecosystem services and improve conservation status and increase diversity in urban nature. This is, if you put the keyword of biodiversity and climate change, kind of research like this. So many research right now being done in relation with climate change and their effect on biodiversity. It's always increased. Maybe if you put the two keywords, maybe millions of articles in there being published. Biodiversity is the resource upon which families, communities, nations, and future generations depend. And biodiversity underpins the health of the planet and has a direct impact on our lives. Put simply, reduced biodiversity means millions of people face a future where food supplies are more vulnerable to pests and disease, and where fresh water is in irregular or short supply. That's all. So I hope this already gave answer with the question, how if the biodiversity loss, and how if all biodiversity is getting lost, and then the question is human being able to survive in the earth? I think you already got answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sutarno. Yeah, very interesting that he start his lecture by questioning us, rhetoric question to remind us about our position, human being position. If the biodiversity extinct, so how is our destiny, the destiny of a human being? What we can conclude from his speech that the biodiversity is very important for the life of a human being. So if the biodiversity is in crisis, it means that we are also in crisis. That's why we have to know our position so we can look for the best solution. Thank you. We still have about 15 minutes for discussion. Please, if you have any question or notes from the discussion or from the lectures given by our distinguished lecturers here, please raise your hand. I give 4 persons. For 4 persons, yeah. 1. Okay, 2. Okay, yeah, you can come forward, or is there any other device? No? Okay, you can come forward. Please tell your name and your institution.
Hello, my name is Sri and I'm from Borneo. I'm actually not from any university, I'm coming from an NGO.
Okay.
Yes. Is it possible to have like one question each for Professor
That's
Roberto?
okay.
And,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So it's very interesting because you're talking about moral development. And my first question is, Professor Roberto, what is the most interesting project of moral development that you have ever done during your career? And have you ever done that both in developing and developed countries? could you compare the reasons and maybe one specific answer to make us aware what is the difference? And for Professor Franz, talking about forests in Kalimantan, because I'm from Kalimantan, it's interesting to hear about joint community, because I would like to ask, what is the most effective way to have a strong joint community? Because in the field, usually we have the community to probably protect our environment, but at the same time, what happened is they are beaten by more powerful and people who have more money. Do you have an answer for that? Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Sri. And we have one more question from, yeah.
I'm sorry. My name is Mustafa Abdul Wahab from Universitas Sebelas Maret, an international student from Nigeria in Africa. I'm sorry, I just have one question, and I will be happy if any of the speakers can answer. My question is that Africa, despite its low contribution to greenhouse emissions, remains the most vulnerable continent to climate change impacts under our climate scenarios. And the government and non-governmental organizations are the only legal and responsible bodies that are working in controls of these climate changes. My question is, how do you think the involvement of multidisciplinary studies can help in changing this situation? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. We can give time for Professor Roberto Totoli first, yeah, to answer the question from Ibu Sri about moral development project that you have ever done. Yeah.
It's a fascinating question and challenging answer. Thank you very much for this. I would say also in a provocative way that the more moral commitment I had during my career was teaching Islamic studies in Europe. As you know, there are a growing and significant number of Muslim minorities in Europe, and the happy or unhappy few teaching these topics in Europe are something like a small minority always committed to give inside academies and also in public engagement on newspapers, on TVs. Where I and also my colleagues here are very often called to explain, and the more challenging and moral commitment in my career and is really to explain diversity, what is Islam, what are Muslims, and try to instill in some environments in Italy, in Europe, that the reality is complex, that we have to go through an inclusive path, and I think this is a great challenge. I can tell you that it is an ongoing challenge. I can tell you from my experience in my country, in Italy, that a particular focus about these topics came about after 9/11, 20 years ago. But I can tell you that is an ongoing challenging, but things are very difficult to change. We are assisting to changings in the world, resources, but the experience, my experience, and probably also my colleagues' experience, is that to change people's minds is by far more difficult than to change resources and so on. So I think it's something like a continuous moral commitment tried to instill inside European, but I guess all over the world, I mean, people are committed to their situation, they desire things for their life, they have no time to think about diversity in people, in the world, and so on. So I think this is the most challenging moral commitment I had during my career, and it is still going on. It is still going on, because since in the last 20, 30 years, a lot of things changed in the situation, in condition of the presence of people, migrations, displacement, and so on. I mean, there is still need to tell people in Europe and in my country that the world is much more complex. Diversity is in religion, habits, behaviors, and so on.
Thank you. Maybe you can continue to answer the second question from Africa, the local condition of African people and how the multidisciplinary studies can...
I can answer maybe more briefly about this, that I guess from the point of view of scholar in humanities, the most important thing is connected to ethics and multidisciplinarity. I mean, humanists come to the multidisciplinary scene trying to explain that not only the realities can be different, but the perceptions of people can be very different. There is no objectivity in the facts we see. There is no objectivity in the minds of people watching and in the eyes. This is the most challenging, as I said before, question in the approach to problems and so on. And so multidisciplinarity, taken from the point of view of a scholar in human sciences, is try to instill also in people in hard sciences that facts are not so simple, and what is more important, and it is also important, it is the way different peoples look at these facts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Professor Franz Weschen, you can answer the question about joint community. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the question was about deforestation in Kalimantan and the fact that the local community, indigenous people, they protect nature, and then companies come in, large-scale companies that have money and power, and they are the main cause of deforestation. Yeah, to a certain extent that is true. It is not completely true. First of all, there is always an assumption that indigenous people protect nature and forest. That is not always true. By the way, I lived in Africa for a longer time. I know that also farmers cut trees for their cows and their animals to graze. So the scale may be different, but the issue itself is not very different. So that's first, I think it's not always true that indigenous people or local people are more friendly to nature than companies. Yeah, you are right, that is an issue. But in many environmental problems, as I said in my lecture, we look at the other. We have a problem with deforestation, and then we look at Jakarta. You have to solve that problem for me. And then Jakarta says, no, but it is not us, it is the industry. And then the industry says, no, but it's the consumers in Europe, because they want palm oil and they want... Yes, all are true. But somebody has to move. Let me give an example. I mentioned it briefly, maybe it was too short, but in Europe we have the River Rhine Action Program, starting from pollution of River Rhine, was 50 years heavily polluted, and you know the river goes to through many countries. Problems started in Switzerland, and pollution ended up in Rotterdam, in my country. Very complex issue. How to do that? Somebody has to move. You know, I cannot say that's your problem. And you say, no, that's her problem. That doesn't work. So somebody has to move. Now, in the River Rhine Action Program, there was an accident in a chemical industry in Switzerland, in Sandoz. It was a terrible accident, and a lot of chemicals came into the water. And then it were activists who said, we are not going to accept this any longer. And then things started to move, you know, the legislations came in, the municipality came in, the province came in, the government came in, then all the countries that were involved had to come in. There were businesses, there were scientists, all of them came together in a joint effort. And now the River Rhine is more or less clean, and people enjoy it. It's profitable, businesses, sport activities, and so on, and so on, and so on. So in most of those issues, I can give this the same example for plastic, but most of those issues, when we solve them, I look at you, you have to solve the problem. And then you say, no, no, she has to solve the problem. That doesn't work. Somebody has to start, and then there is a chain of action. And of course, in deforestation, I think, by the way, I think that the Indonesian government did something already, and I think deforestation decreased already. And it also has to do with lawmaking. In Europe, we know that very well, that most of those changes are enforced by law. And if a government does not practice according to its commitment to reduce climate change or whatever, people go to the court. And we have examples of that, bringing Philips or Shell or whatever company to court. And sometimes that works. Well, that's basically my answer to the first question. Here again, co-creation, and somebody has to start. And then you get reaction, action and reaction. And I can mention some examples where this approach really worked. Second, my answer to the second question would more or less the same. Of course, Africa does not contribute that much to climate change. Although at the local level, you also see that indigenous people do contribute to environmental issues. So it is the matter of scale. And well, how multidisciplinary studies can help. Well, in fact, multidisciplinary, the word multidisciplinary has the idea that we have a variety of discipline. I think that is not going to work. Better indeed to integrate or to add interdisciplinary, where you see where we can collaborate, or even in environmental issues, we have to accept that our disciplines are good in something, they specialize. So we need integration, but there are also a lot of gaps where our disciplines don't have answers. So we also need to go beyond our disciplines in a more transdisciplinary approach where we see, but what is lacking? What are the gaps in our knowledge? So basically a brief answer to the second question.
Okay, thank you very much. And Professor Sutarno, second question.
Yeah, about the how the condition of Africa that having so many variation between people there, maybe we can view from the understanding of, for example, climate change. There's people who are very clear what climate change and doesn't know anything. So it's variation. I already a couple of times came there, working from Madagascar to Johannesburg to South Africa, and then I stay a couple of weeks in Ethiopia. And actually being asked to teach there. So I a bit know, but your country might be, yeah. It seems that multidisciplinary studies will give answer for that. Because it seems, because there are so many variations of understanding, for example, for the people, like in here, it's also like that. Variations occur in many levels, and between levels is must be different in doing action to the environment, to climate change, for example. So, for example, if we can start from the people who maybe because doesn't understanding or doesn't care anymore to the environment. So what should we do? Of course, the people who having a better understanding about that, and then doing, for example, for community development there. Then, yeah, it's not easy. Basically, it's need working together. So all people in what level, even if there is a variation, should be work together in avoiding our earth getting worse and worse. If we just doing individually, it seems doesn't mean anything. Even, yeah, it is good. Yeah, that is why environment, actually there is a word that's you should do locally, but think globally. That is good. Individually, you should do that. But for the people who doesn't having any understanding about the environment, so the important thing, even from the government, there is a rule, there is a law that being produced by government. So the most important thing is, in any level of the community, is participation. So how do we develop the participation in the community? It's important. So I think it's like that my answer. I hope give answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the moral commitment and also multidisciplinary studies will work to face our common problem, the climate change, environmental crisis and etc. We still have about 3 minutes. Yeah, okay. Only for one person, I think. Yeah, please.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mrs. Moderator. This is very good and very interesting topic to be discussed here in International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies. I do agree with Professor Franz Weisen talking about global warming. It's not a single approach can face this problem. So, on top of that, I have probably one solution. People destroying nature, environment, because one thing. The important thing is about the educational background. People with high educational background, we hopefully not destroying the environment, but apparently sometimes because of under pressure, under consideration, they do that. So yes, I'm agree when there is no single approach can cope this problem, but by working together, I still remember one common vision that we have to take this opportunity. Common language, and the last one is common action that we are going to do together. So if we not action together with one common vision and people with many different level of educational background, probably will be problem. So the key is in every single country we should develop that education is very important to cope this problem. Without good quality education, I think our problem now is becoming worse, getting worse. So personally, we do believe that education is one of the key to cope this problem. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have other question online from Dr. Abdul Haq Chang. Associate Professor of Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, Pakistan. Please deliver your question online. Okay, he is there.
Yeah. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
So I think it's not a question, it's more my comment from regarding the comment of Professor Francis. I think I will say that the restriction done by the local people of the forest or environment in comparison to industrial scale done by the state or private company is very low. And number one. Number two, we have to remember that these people been living in these forests even before these colonial powers or nation state come into being. So I think we have to give the consideration that these people also have right to exploit their environment. But the major argument is for the anthropology. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, so yep, Professor Franz, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, Professor Sutarno, and also dear moderator. Okay, we're going to take a picture together. Okay, hang on. Okay, we're gonna wait, Professor. It's okay, we're gonna wait. Okay, so we're gonna take a picture, ladies and gentlemen, again. Big round of applause for the panel session 1 of invited speakers and moderator. Okay, thank you so much. And we kindly invite you to return to the next seat. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, right now we're gonna move on to the second parallel session. But again, if you wanna take a break, if you wanna go to the toilet first, it's totally okay. But make sure that after this, we're going to have the panel session 2, all right? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, big round of applause for the first panel session. Thank you so much, dear moderator, also. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for the panel session 2, we're going to have the next invited speakers. We're going to have Professor Joseph Mumbazulu, Associate Professor Abdul Haq Cheng, and Associate Professor Francesca Bellino. And to make this session run smoothly, I'd like to introduce you to our moderator, Bapak Sri Haskaryo Essos, PhD. Bapak Sri Haskaryo Essos, PhD, obtained his doctoral degree in journalism education from University of Newcastle, Australia. Currently, he is the head of the Communication Science Study Program of Universitas 11 Maret. His research interests are on journalism, media literacy, mass communication, and public communication. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you Dr. Sri Haskaryo.
Okay, good afternoon, and I'm glad that we're still here to follow this process of the conference. I'm a little bit worried because 2 of our invited speakers are not present here, so they will present from Africa and also from Pakistan, and just now we have a little bit problem with the sound quality of Dr. Abdul Haq Chang, so we hope that the technical team will be able to sort it out, the sound quality. But I will invite the third invited speaker to come to the stage, Assistant Professor Francesca Bellino from University of Naples. How? I don't know how to spell that. Oriental Italy. Okay, please be seated. Okay, according to the rundown of the program, first we will hear the presentation from Professor Joseph Mumbazulu from Zambia. He already recorded his presentation, so the technical team will play the recording. Unfortunately, because the internet connection to Africa is very bad, so we cannot have the Zoom connection, and we cannot have a QA session with the Professor Zulu. And the second presentation will be presented by Dr. Abdul Haq Chang, directly from Pakistan using the Zoom method. So I ask you all to pray together that the internet connection will be smooth and the sound quality will be adequate for our session today. And then the last speaker will be Professor Bellino. No, you stay here. We will listen to their presentation. Okay. If you go, I will be alone here. And okay. I will read the brief curriculum vitae of Professor Joseph Mumbazulu. Professor Joseph Mumbazulu got his PhD from Umea University. Right now, he teaches public health in University of Zambia. He is a social worker, social and cultural anthropologist, and public health specialist. He also has done research and consultancy work for many local international development organizations and projects in Africa and also in many countries. So now we will watch and follow the presentation of his paper through the video recording. So please, Mas and Mbak. Thank you.
Much for
Okay.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this conference. I'm Zulu Joseph from the University of Zambia, from Zambia in Southern Africa. I'm a lecturer at the University of Zambia, and I'm a professor of community health. And I'll be talking about the role of community health workers in promoting COVID-19 vaccine uptake in low and middle-income countries. Now, this is a very important topic because it comes after the COVID pandemic had hit many different countries. And we all know that the issue of COVID vaccine came up as an important intervention to try and address the COVID pandemic. But we are also aware that it has been very difficult in many countries for people to take up and use COVID vaccines. So hence, it's been very important to think about how to promote vaccines among different countries in low and middle income countries. And in most countries, in particular Zambia, community health workers have been very important group of health workers to support the uptake of COVID-19 vaccine. Now, we all know that there have been many effects of COVID-19 in most low and middle income countries, and that a lot of concerns have been generated in terms of how to respond to this pandemic. One of the issues of big concern has been how to promote COVID-19 vaccine uptake, as it has been very low. Now, this has been much more complicated, especially for developing countries, given the fragile nature of health systems. And what has happened is that for low and middle income countries that have seen or witnessed gains in COVID-19 vaccine uptake, it has been largely due to the involvement of different community actors, such as community health workers. Now, why are community health workers important in promoting uptake of vaccines? So we know that community health workers are volunteers that come from the communities. They are members of the communities, even when sometimes they are paid. And because they come from the communities, they are trusted members of the community. And hence, they play a critical role in promoting uptake of sensitive interventions, such as COVID-19 vaccines. Now, it's been shown that immediate investment in community health systems or community health workers is very important because it has the potential of protecting health workers from the COVID-19 itself, interrupting the COVID-19 virus, but also maintaining existing healthcare services whilst addressing the challenges within the health systems. And what we aimed to do in this study, which is a systematic review across different countries, we wanted to highlight and draw lessons on the role of community health workers, in particular community health workers in promoting the COVID-19 vaccine. Now, what we did was to undertake a scoping review of published literature in different databases. We looked at PubMed, Hinari, Google Scholar, and the search terms that we used is community health workers and COVID-19, community health workers and COVID-19, community actors and COVID-19, community health workers and COVID-19 vaccine, and community actors and COVID-19 vaccine. Arising from this search, we found 17 articles that were relevant for our study and conducted an analysis of data on these 17 articles. Now, what are the findings coming from this analysis? In terms of the role of community health workers in promoting COVID-19 vaccine, we see that lots of things have been done across different countries. In Kenya and Zambia, community health workers have done home visitations, but also conducted public health campaigns around marketplaces to try and promote the use of COVID-19 vaccines. Public campaigns were very important because, as you might be aware, there were restrictions in terms of visiting homes. In Zambia and also Ethiopia, community health workers have used megaphones and also audio messages through phones to try and reach out to people with messages in terms of the importance of the vaccines, how to use the vaccines, and why the vaccines must be taken. In India, Thailand, the promotion of vaccines by community health workers were integrated into the community health worker guidelines. This means that it was possible to train and build the capacity of community health workers in undertaking health promotion, targeting the new vaccines or new interventions on the system. In Miami, we also saw that community health workers have been able to convey messages on the importance of vaccines across hard-to-reach populations through the use of different media platforms. And in Indonesia, digital technology has also been used to fight the COVID-19 information, to provide COVID-19 information. So we see from our systematic review that different innovations are being taken into account, and much of these are happening through what I would call digital telecommunication to try and reach out to different people. But also, part of the health promotion process has been through the linkages. So what we see is that community health workers go beyond just giving information, but also trying to refer the different people that need vaccines using their trusted networks. So this is much helpful because then they are able to organize the flow and reception of different people, and also through the use of teleconsultations. So then people can book in advance before they go to the vaccination centers. And when they go there, they don't have to wait for a long time. So this kind of promotion and organization of vaccines through teleconsultations has helped to reduce waiting time for different people in the communities, thereby building trust in the available vaccines. Also, apart from promoting the use of vaccines to the community members, they've also been advocating for communities and clients to the different government stakeholders. This advocacy or promotion has happened in terms of encouraging government to open up more access points, ensuring that vaccines are always available, but also promoting the prioritization of vulnerable community members. We have also seen that community health workers have helped in terms of promoting targeted access to populations that are vulnerable and that are in more distant places. And have also helped to map locations that are easy or are likely to reach target populations so that they can target the health promotion campaigns around those areas that are likely to have much more people. We have also seen in terms of improved scheduling of vaccination verification and schedules for different populations and thereby increasing referrals. We also see that they've also worked with different community influencers to try and promote messages. And these are community leaders, musicians, different actors, or what I would call role models. The vaccine uptake among different populations. However, there have been challenges this promotion, and one of it is things that have also lacked enough preparedness and control measures. There are also limited support policies and inadequate supervision. There are also problems related to incentives and different payment for the community health workers. These challenges have affected the ability by community health workers to effectively promote COVID-19 vaccines uptake in the communities. Now, what are some of the recommendations? Going forward, to strengthen promotion of COVID-19 vaccine, it's important that a lot of countries should invest in digital or mHealth technology to support community health workers to undertake this exercise. So it's important that a lot of short message services are used for health education, but also to use a lot of megaphones to promote behavior change, digital contract and tracing, but also facilitate case recording and contact using technology. This is already happening in some countries. For example, Uganda and Ghana have developed WhatsApp groups where they can do, and also we have seen some countries where community health workers are being prioritized in receiving the COVID-19 vaccine so that they can do the promotion effectively. In conclusion, we emphasize that it's really important to use community health workers to promote COVID-19 vaccines in the health system, particularly in low and middle-income countries. This is important because community health workers can help trigger sense of community and common responsibility. But also, the use of community health workers in health promotion, targeting uptake of vaccine, is sustainable and also already have programs or health promotion programs that are locally owned, appreciated, and sustained. It's important that different countries should invest and think about ways sensitive interventions. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
So that's the presentation for our first speaker. We can have give him the round of applause. So Professor Zulu mentioned about several factors that are important in the mitigation of COVID-19 infection in several countries. There's the public communication and using of the media, especially the digital or online media, and also the use of community network, education, and the vaccine rollout, how to make sure that every members of community can get their part of vaccine for this disease. Okay, the second speaker is Dr. Assistant Professor Abdul Haq Chance from Pakistan. I will read for you the brief biography of Dr. Chang. Abdul Haq Chance got his PhD in sociocultural anthropology from University of Texas at Austin, USA. And right now he is an assistant professor of anthropology in Department of Social Science and Liberal Arts, Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, Pakistan. From his very, very long bio, I can see that there are several activities as visiting researchers and also visiting scholars to many countries, including several projects in Indonesia. He has one of the publications that Professor Chang's write is about Jatilan, traditional folk dance of Java, Indonesia. And also he has the, where is the Sunan Kalijogo? I try to find, International Postdoctoral Fellow as visiting faculty in Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Yogyakarta, from 2017 to 2018. So I will give the time to Dr. Abdul Haq Chance. Your time is around 20 minutes. Time is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Can you hear me? Am I audible?
We can hear your voice, but the quality is not clear, so it's quite difficult to understand.
I think that maybe you can go to third speaker, maybe you can record the speed and then send it for the access, otherwise it will be.
Oh, okay. So you prefer to present the last to make sure the connection, or?
Yeah, let's see if I can get it. I can change the connection. Okay, so let the other speaker go ahead. Let me change the connection.
Okay, so I think Dr. Chance will try to fix the connection first. So the next session is for you. Oh yeah, but unfortunately, your file is PDF. Professor Francesca Bellinois from University of Naples, Laurentel in Department of Humanities and Social Science in Napoli. She got his PhD in Philological and Historical Sciences of the Near East at the University of Lawrence in 2005. As for studies on Arabic manuscripts, she carried out research at Cairo, Damascus, Paris, Berlin, Leiden, Cambridge, and also in Vatican. She is mainly interested in Arabic prose literature of the pre-modern period. Her main areas of study are popular literature, cosmography, and encyclopedism. She translated several texts from Arabic into Italian. So, Professor Bellino, the time is yours for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the organizers. Just a minute that we have a technical problem. Before starting, I have to apologize because I am not a specialist on nature and environmental issues, but I can say and report some words on multidisciplinarity and the importance of multidisciplinarity on reflections related to nature and environmental issues. Our university is engaged on this kind of issues, especially looking towards complexity as something important across time and space. We are also locally engaged, and as you have heard by our rector, on a mission towards multiculturality, which is also very important in a context and framework like that of Europe. And integrating tradition and modernity, we try to reflect how things have been planned in the past and can be planned and discussed in the present. All these kind of approaches are obviously related with ethics and moral engagement, and we think that our contribution to the human studies can be especially important in a university which is particularly engaged in the studies of African and Asian studies. I will just skip the part related to the Orientale. Orientale is based in Naples, is one of the most old universities in Europe devoted to the studies of African and Asian countries. We were founded in the middle of the 17th century by Matteo Ripa, and since then we are promoting studies related to the African and Asian studies. We have degree, master, and PhD programs focusing especially on philological, historical, and the archaeological studies, but also on international studies and literary, linguistic, and comparative studies. So going in three main directions. Our university also include a few research and study centers, maybe reflecting on multidisciplinarity. Is interesting to note that the three departments and the various research study centers are interconnected each other, and both are linking the areal thinking with the multidisciplinarity interest on various focuses. For example, the Food and Nutrition Study Center is focusing on food, on reflection towards the various countries, but really related to food. And so the other centers do in relation to other fields. Now I will move on a reflection towards multidisciplinarity in Arabic and Islamic studies at the Orientale, which in many ways reflects the aims and the targets of our educational and research programs. We have three main targets. One is cultural and historical, the other one is philological and linguistical, and the third one is artistic and archaeological. These various research trajectories of the scholars who are involved in our university have revolved around these three targets, both looking at the past and the present of the Islamic world, and without opposing the two perspectives, and also looking at the different regions of the Arabic and Islamic world. So skipping the idea of focusing in the Arabic-speaking countries and going towards a direction that looks at the Muslim world as a global world to be investigated. I will give you a few examples of transdisciplinarity in our applied to study and research project of our university. The first line of projects is related to the field of cultural and literary history. It attempts to link past and present approaches to different forms of textuality and open up new possibilities for processing data that the texts contain. So most of our studies are focusing on text, but we move from text towards practices with the second line of research, which is more specifically related to the field of historical and social studies. It aims to link again past and present approaches for understanding the different expressions of societies in Asia and Africa. The third line is much more related to material cultures of Africa and Asia. It aims to implement, including researches in the field, various methodologies useful in understanding the material culture of the past. The fourth line is the study of the past through its archaeological remains, and of course, it aims to use archaeological methodologies, so technical and cultural approaches to understand the past civilizations as preserved through archaeological remains. As I said, our university has a strong research and educational engagement in the study and research on textuality, on different forms of textuality, so not only the literary ones, but also other forms of textuality since the early beginning of our programs. One example of this kind of approaches and the multidisciplinary approach converging both an idea of the study of Islam as a global phenomenon and with the different methodology was the approach made by Alessandro Bausani, a renewed scholar of Islamic studies, who promoted also the study of Indonesia as I don't know. So since the 70s, maybe many projects have been done to the edition and the publication of translation and text editions in various languages. One of those projects that can be interesting in the multidisciplinarity studies was one related to a very famous geographical work made by Al-Idrisi, which is now used by another big project on digital humanities. So all the data these texts contain will be used inside a big engineering historical memory project promoted by a scholar based on the University of Singapore. So the students are involved in creating, starting from the edited text, and to put all the data within this this database, and to create a big database of information that can be useful to understand the phenomena across time and space. So crossing and inserting data coming from different texts, textual forms and different languages. Another project which is much more focused on text is a project related to our manuscript. So this project can be interesting for a reflection on cultural heritages, not only heritage, because we have a collection of manuscripts coming from all around the Asian and African world, so with the manuscript in Arabic, Persian, Ottoman Turkish, Indian, Thai, Georgian and Chinese, so combining different methodologies, studying the manuscript, and trying to combine the digital humanities opportunities with the textual analysis. We are facing also this project much more related with the cultural heritage. And you have here some images of the manuscript that we have. The interesting thing that we have a collection, especially the one on Arabic manuscript, is a collection trade from Yemen, and especially related to pharmacology and medicine, combining both an Islamic corpus of texts plus a collection of texts collected in the field, so related to popular medicine. So this is an example of how a text research can be also useful for a reflection on local traditions towards also the more global understanding of health in a culture, especially in the Islamic one. Here you have other manuscripts more related to the Thai collection. The second example of how we move from textuality towards practices can be seen from these various conferences and webinars and initiatives organized by the various centers that are enrolled in our universities, reflecting on the different expressions of societies in Asia and Africa. I think these posters can give you an idea of how we range in various topics, from historical ethnography on the Himalayan regions towards the reflection on how TV series can offer an idea of the world changing, to reflections more related to history or to religion and philosophy. Here you have an example of few activities we have done related to COVID-19 and more generally speaking on health, so related to how religions can offer views and how can we compare these different views in relation especially to health and the COVID crisis. Then, as I said, we have also a quite important educational and research program related not to text but to objects. This program already started from the early beginning. We had one important archaeologist who was very much concerned with the idea of an educational museum, so objects can help to a reflection on cultures, generally speaking, and the idea was not to excavate in a country, but to create a kind of internship with the scholars working on the field. In our museum, we have a quite large collection of objects, mainly bought and used for students and to study Asian and African cultures. The museum also practices multidisciplinary methodologies, so combining the study of archaeology, of arts, and then of specific technologies related to engineering. The last line of projects is much more related to archaeological missions and excavations on the field. So we have several missions in various parts of Asia and Africa. Here you can see also in Yemen, in Oman, we have a huge excavation mission related to Al-Balid, which is near Zafar. And through this mission, the scholars involved, which are not only archaeologists but also technicians, can combine both dimensions of the study of a local city with the more general study of trade towards the Indian, across the Indian Ocean, because this, in particular, this archaeological site was very much important to connect trades from Africa to India and the Indian Ocean. The last project, maybe my colleague can come and say some words, involves Indonesia, because it's a project that my colleague will present to give you an idea of the combination of the study of a local culture with an approach, with a multidisciplinary approach.
Thank you, Francesca. My name is Antonia Sorienta, and I'm a lecturer of Indonesian language and literature at the University of Naples L'Orientale. And I'm here just to give a few words on a project that I've been involved in the last years. I'm a linguist. I myself am a linguist and a scholar of literature, but also oral literature, and I work a lot on local languages and traditions. I did a lot of study on traditions in Borneo, but for the last 3-4 years, we have concentrated our attention together in a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary way to a very specific issue, which is the reproduction, I don't want to say reproduction, together with the community, to the idea of reconstruction all the traditional boats. This is done for different reasons. I mean, one is really merely scientific, But another one, if we want to connect ourselves to what is the topic of this conference, for instance, environment. The problem is that nowadays most of the fishermen, most of the fishermen, still use some wooden boats. But in Indonesia, like anywhere in the world, more and more people use fiberglass boats. The idea was, from our side, let's start a small project where we do a documentation of a traditional boat. So myself as a linguist, as an ethnographer, I would follow up in the collection of data related to the language itself that is used, the name, the terminology of the parts of the boat, whatever is used, whatever the tools, whatever, anything that has to do with language. Conversations on traditional ceremonies or whatever rituals are done in the construction of a traditional boat. And also how much, just getting actually engaging in our Islamic perspective, this population, the Konjo in South Sulawesi, Konjo belongs to the Makassarese people. The Konjo are obviously Muslim, but they integrate their Muslim religion together with, they have integrated their own knowledge and also traditions with the Islamic one. So again, there's a very interesting issue related on that. So this is a way to reflect on how somebody like me who is working on languages, literature, can actually work together with an archaeologist. My colleague is a maritime archaeologist. She applies in the construction of this boat the observation of a technician. She does the photogrammetry. They try to reproduce the boat in a real way. And of course, they try to extract also construction plans, which is very important for nautical engineering. So many fields are related in this very small field. And again, we are going to use this boat as an object, as a way to make awareness. We talked about moral engagement, make people more aware about the problems of pollution that have to do with maritime environment, of course, but also about the importance of going back again to the use of traditional way of building boats, using wood, which is a much easier way to, doesn't produce waste, basically, and probably can be taken care of more easily. So this is a kind of ongoing process everywhere in the world, actually, this way of involving people and inviting people interested in navigation, for instance, to try to reduce the use of fiberglass material and using more wooden boats for whatever is possible. Of course, you cannot do a cruise with a wooden boat, but you can use it for smaller cruises, for instance. So this is what we are trying to do. So involve the community in this small project to make them more aware about the environment, but also to make them more aware about the fact that they can do some local tourism using this traditional boat construction. I stop here, and I thank you for the attention given.
Okay, thank you. So at first, maybe some of us confused what's the relationship between Arabic studies with the environmental and so on. But through this example of the project in building reconstruction the traditional boat, we can see that start from the studying the text and then and so on, and it's involved many field of studies to doing this project. So thank you for the insight, and I'm surprised myself for this project. So now we try to reconnect with Dr. Abdul Haq Chang in Pakistan. Dr. Chang, have you connected to the Zoom? And
yes, can you hear me?
Oh yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm audible. I'm audible?
Yes, we can hear your voice quite clearly, so you can present your paper. Thank you.
Okay, so I think not take maybe 12 minutes, and I will try to be slow as much as I can. And today my topic is cultural challenges and community engagement in digital era. So I think this question is also relevant to the debate done before by the scholars thinking through ethical perspective. So I think one of the assumptions in cultural challenges and community development engagement in digital era is that on one hand there seems to be the culture is diminishing or culture is being used or culture is not able to cope up with the digital era. But I think one of the presentation given by the last presenter, this is where I am going to talk more and um, focus my speech. So in anthropology, we say there is something necessary evil. So one of the ways in which I think the relationship between cultural challenges and community engagement in digital area what we can see. In fact, it's helping a lot of people in third world countries or those people who were before disenfranchised and not part of the broader kind of participation in the state through print media or other means. So in one way, the digital engagement has given a lot of these oppressed, poor, or the communities who were not before part of the modernity, they become part of the modernity. One of the example is, for instance, in Indonesia, now there is a COVID application Peduli Linggi. Now, if you have that application, you can go to airport, you can fly, but if you don't have that app, you are barred to travel. So one way is to look through these perspectives that this digital era is helping people to be part of this modern world. But I think the other the bigger problem or the question related to question which needs to be discussed is that although there are a lot of benefits, but the digital divide or digital era has somehow compressed the cultures, and the cultures have become merely kind of the reminiscent of the past. Uh, because everywhere we see there is like same kind of app, there are same kind of phone, there are same kind of hotel, and in one way, digital era is also presenting such kind of challenge. But in anthropology, we read about this that culture has adaptability and culture is also dynamic. So uh, I think what I have seen in Indonesia or what I have seen in Pakistan with the poor people, with the people or communities who don't get justice or who has the indigenous communities who are fighting for their forest, for the land, digital domain or digital world or digital engagement have been more positive in a sense that their message went across the board. So they don't need to be dependent on national TV, national newspaper. Through the digital divide, their message or their operation or their problem or their issues are being addressed the worldwide. So my take my take on cultural challenges for the community engagement is I think for a while maybe it seems there is a problem, but I think in the broader or bigger sense, it may also give us a freedom and also citizenship, like the universal citizenship, because now we are digital citizens. So, for instance, if some people in like rural area of the Papua or rural areas of Timor or Borneo, if they are not part of this digital world, and one way they are disadvantaged because that makes them left behind. But when they are part of this, it at least it gives them participation for their economic, social rights. So I think I will just conclude that we need to see digital divide not just as an enemy, but it also can be a friend. But we need still time to understand how we can use it. And the better way is like the way our friend give the example of preserving the cultural heritage through this digital world. For instance, this manuscript, we cannot touch it. If we keep touching it, they will get destroyed. If we digitalize them, we preserve them, not just the place where they are, but it becomes through digitally, it becomes accessible to everybody. So I think my understanding is that the, the communities and the cultures, they are going to use the digital world in their own benefit, but they just need time to understand because culture change take a lot of time to have developed. Thank you very much. That's my take. Thank you.
But also some problems there. The first one is the digital divide, but in the positive side, the digital media has empowered us, the common people, to have more engagement in social control, our freedom in our democracy. And also the challenge to use the digital media, the new media, to preserve the traditional, the indigenous potential that we have in, especially in Asia. During the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia, for 2 years, there is no traditional performing art group that hired to perform. So many of them have to die, including, for example, the one that we already watched. But it's challenged them to reformat their performance into the digital formats, and some of them is quite successful in doing that. And now they usually have their performance virtually, so that everybody in the whole world can watch it. That usually only maybe 500 viewers. Now they can reach to millions of viewers per. So this is a blessing in disguise for the pandemic. So it's pushed but many of them is not ready to reformat their traditional art. So maybe it will be our task in university, especially in my department of communication and media, to work together with especially the traditional performing arts artists, how to migrate from their old form of performance into the digital era. Okay, now it's 12:13, and we have around 15 minutes for Q&A. Dr. Chance and Professor Zulu is on the Zoom also, so if you want to give a comments or ask question to them, you can do that. So I will give time for 2 questions first. Is there any one here? Is there any another? And 2 here. Okay, both of them ladies. So could you please come forward? I think we have too many microphones here. So.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alfia. I'm from Institute Technology of Bandung. My question is about some digital stuff of Arabic manuscript. So the Arabic manuscript you've shown before that there are a lot of variation in the shape or on the placement on the paper. So that there are a lot of variation in Arabic writing. So in this digital era, how advanced is the research for the digitalize the Arabic text and also about voice recognition in Arabic language? Please share about that kind of research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we ask for the second. Okay, the second one, please come forward. Oh, there's another one. Okay, we have two questions first, okay? And the last person is my student, so maybe he want to get a good mark from me. Mikrofonnya di sini. Makasih.
Thank you. My name is Septiana Juwita. I'm from 11 Maret University. I have a question for Prof. Zulu about the reflection on the development of health promotion. About the COVID-19 vaccination, it is almost gone, but slowly coming back again. And we know people are getting tired and they don't care anymore again. Yeah. How do we promote the importance of COVID-19 vaccination in Zambia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first question is addresses to you. So the question is, with the many variation of Arabic text manuscript, how to address the challenge when they try to digitalize the text? Okay.
First of all, we have the chance to collaborate with an institute in the States, the Princeton Institute, and a big project in digitalizing manuscript, because within the collection of manuscript, we have a corpus of text coming from Yemen, which is very important for various reasons, because it has within itself a small corpus of text coming from the Ibadi community, so can be interesting for studying, for the Ibadi studies. So the digitalization of this small corpus of text contributed to the broader understanding of the Ibadi community. Then we have a corpus of manuscripts related to medicine that has to be studied, but which is very important because it combines both the Prophet Islamic medicine with the local Yemeni practices. So through the study and the digitalization of this corpus of text, I think we can face an interesting case study related to Yemen, of course, but that can be interesting for future researches on the history of medicine in the Islamic world. So and then we have a part of manuscript which is related to theology and philosophy, Islamic philosophy and other topics. So we have a multi-theme corpus with various topics within it, but it's interesting because towards these different themes we can approach also different topics in the research. As far as digitalization is concerned, we have a global project, so the digitalization of all the text is made in one long session, so we don't make differences among the various corpora within the collection of manuscript. The only difference we made is based on the languages, because the huge corpus of text is the Arabic one, and then we have the Thai collection and the other manuscript collection. As far as the object of the museum are concerned, we have both digital images and also the object themselves. The most important thing is to work with the object. So the aim of the museum was to buy objects to study them in the class. So not to study them virtually. But of course, the digital images are very much important because you can apply new methodologies and the technical ones especially. So all those related to photography, engineering, and so on, to the study of this object. The goal of all these studies is, of course, the study of the cultural heritage, and especially we were, as an institution, engaged very much on the study of the local and Islamic heritage, especially in Afghanistan. There was a huge mission in Afghanistan to study both the Indian and Islamic perspective, but the museum made over there was destroyed by a bomb. So, I mean, the engagement in the cultural heritage is very much important, especially in context in which wars can destroy also the cultural heritage of a country. So, digitalization is also a form of engineering cultural memory, as we saw from the project that I show you from the map. So it is also, can be interesting for the future also because we can document things digitally or virtually that can be destroyed physically. So the cooperation of both perspectives can be very much important.
Okay, thank you. For the second question is actually directed to Professor Joseph Mumbazulu, but I'm not sure if our connection is good enough so that you can hear the. I already have the chat in the Zoom, and Professor Zulu does not respond, but Professor Chang is responded to the chat. So, do you want to make a comments or respond, Dr. Chang, about the second question about how the people get tired with the COVID-19 and they don't care anymore, and is it have effects in the further vaccination for the people? Maybe in the case of Pakistan. Please, Dr. Chang, if you want to respond.
Yeah, I think. Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I think situation, not just in Indonesia, but all around the world, situation is like that. And yes, people are tired, people are angry, and because they want to back to the normal life. Because for some people, it's not just the issue of vaccination, but a lot of people think in different ways. I will say surprisingly in Pakistan, we don't know exactly what is the scientific basis, but in rural areas, the rate of the COVID infection been low. And maybe because the air, maybe some other factors. So even in Pakistan, to answering your question, it does not apply in all Pakistan homogeneously the effect of the COVID. So in the cities, it was more, especially those cities which are colder, like Lahore and Islamabad. But I agree that sometime I think we need to go through such process for maybe after we go through 2-3 years, then people will understand this is also like the vaccination, which is done historically, like measles or other vaccination which was done at the mass time. So people will resist. It will take some time. Yeah, and the last, I think there is no also proper answer for that because this ongoing phenomena, and a lot of people are saying a lot of things, but these are my general comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. So I got information that Professor Zulu is ready to answer. So time is yours, Professor Zulu.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So in Zambia, in the beginning, it was quite a big problem for people to take up the vaccine. But then a lot of community engagement has been done. So what has happened is that the Ministry of Health has been working with the community leaders to try and encourage people to take up the vaccine. And it started with our president taking up the vaccine in public, and the health minister also took the vaccine in public. Then some traditional leaders agreed to take up the vaccine in public. Then people started understanding that the vaccine is quite good. So today, we have reached 70% in terms of uptake of vaccine in many districts. And in addition to the community and traditional leaders, the government has been working with musicians to try and, the prominent musicians, to try and promote the vaccines, and also different prominent role models. And then we have the community health workers who have been going around in the communities to try and promote the vaccine. And themselves, the community health workers, many of them have also taken up the vaccine. So community engagement has really tried to help to deal with the many challenges that we experienced in the beginning. But yes, we still have some people that have not accepted the vaccine, and some have completely refused to take the vaccine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We still have around 4 minutes of the Q&A session. So, do you still want to ask some question? Oh, that's lady. So, only one person, okay, because our time is very short. But please come forward. Make it very quick and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this occasion. My name is Tiara Trisofiani. You can call me Tiara. I am for Social Welfare Polytechnic in Bandung. So I would like to ask question to Professor Joseph Mumbazulu. How to promote effectively the vaccine if in Indonesia, especially in the village areas, the stigma, like the fear of got vaccine can cause death, because there is an accident after vaccinated, the people already die. So it becomes a big stigma and makes people don't want to get vaccine. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Professor Zulu, can you get the gist of the question?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, yes, so I understand. So promoting vaccine uptake is really a complicated process, quite complicated. And you can understand because, like you say, there have been effects, people have died. So that is usually a big problem. But then I think right now, because we are, this presentation I made was a systematic review that we are doing with different colleagues from different countries putting together. What is really appearing now is that community engagement is likely to be the best solution, particularly for most countries. So people want to get the information from the people they trust, the people they live with, the people they know. So if many countries can work with actors at community level to do health promotion, the actors that are trusted, the actors that are known, then it's quite possible that many people may take up the vaccine. Involvement of health workers is important, but may not really help much because these are often seen as foreign or external to the local communities. So the best practice really, according to the literature that we've been looking at in the 17 articles that we've reviewed in different countries, community engagement is proving to be the best, perhaps most prominent solution at the moment. And we also need many anthropologists to really go into the communities and understand very context-specific barriers to uptake of community interventions such as vaccines. And then the anthropologists and many other researchers can help to come up with the community-driven solutions or ways in promoting the vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you. So that answer concludes our session. Please give a round of applause to our speakers today on site and also online. So I will give time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Sri Haskaryo. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a big round of applause for the moderator and also invited speaker. Thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, right now we're gonna have a break, the lunch break. So, dear participant, we have prepared the lunch in front of this meeting room. So you can take your food, your lunch, and then you can go back to your seat again, starting from audience from here, this floor, and followed by in the upper part. For the invited speakers, no worries, we have a liaison officer that will bring you to the VIP room to have your lunch. All right, so after the lunch, ladies and gentlemen, before you go for the lunch, I would like to inform you about the parallel session. So right now we are in the 3rd floor, ladies and gentlemen, and the parallel session will be conducted on the 5th floor. Once again, on the 5th floor, so you can use the elevator to go from this floor to the 5th floor for the parallel session. Okay? You can check again your program to make sure which room that you're going to present there. After the parallel session, you are asked again to go back to this floor for the awarding ceremony and the closing ceremony. No worries, because we have our committee that will guide you through the parallel session. All right, so now it's time for the lunch break. Please do enjoy the lunch break. Thank you.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset, dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone, perkenalkan nama saya Elik Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas 11 Maret, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Iraguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program Environmental Science Graduate School, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of 11 Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Membangun negara, mengaliri reduksivitasnya. Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ingkar setia tumbuh bersama, asa rasa karya dan karsa. NS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret tokoh benteng Pancasila. Jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyertai. NS selalu ku cinta.
Suwe ora jamu, jamu godhong telo. Suwe ora ketemu, ketemu pisan gawe gelo.
UNS selalu di hati, berjuta jiwa saling terpatri, terjalin satu sinergi mencapai world class university.
Universitas 11 Maret, kampus kebanggaan kita semua. Sayang kampus pelopor benteng Pancasila.
UNS, oh UNS, Universitas 11 Maret, kampus kebanggaan kita semua. Sayang kampus pelopor benteng Pancasila. Lahirnya para lulusan sukses, chandra di muka yang pasti the best. Semua orang pasti bilang yes. Mari luhur bangun nagari, menjadi slogan yang amat sakti. Kreativitas mencipta kreasi, mencetak insan penuh prestasi. Di kota Solo sukses, chandra di muka yang pasti the best. Semua orang pasti bilang yes. Manis di luhur bangun nagari, menjadi slogan yang amat sakti. Tempat civitas mencetak kreasi, mencetak insan penuh prestasi. Tempat civitas mencipta kreasi, mencetak
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu.
membangun negara, mengaliri reduktivitasnya. Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ikrar setia tumbuh bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa, bangun UNS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret, pelopor benteng Pancasila. Jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyembah. Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ikrar setia tumbuh bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa, bangun UNS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret, pelopor benteng Pancasila. Jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyertai. UNS selalu ku cinta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul, Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik.
Bangun negara mengaliri reduksivitasnya. Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ikrar setia tumbuh bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa bangun penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret rover benteng Pancasila.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat. Dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik. Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the university's best mallet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Iraguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Seberas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Seberas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat. Dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya Salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya Salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik, Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa, bangun UNS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret, rover benteng Pancasila. Jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyertai. Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ikhlas setia tumbuh bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa, bangun UNS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret, rover benteng Pancasila. Jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyertai. UNS selalu ku cinta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat. Dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik, Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas 11 Maret, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of 11 Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone, perkenalkan nama saya Elik Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya Salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Iraguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat. Dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik. Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya Salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
inklusivitasnya.
Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ikrar setia tumbuh bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa, bangun UNS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret, pelopor benteng Pancasila. Jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyertai. Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ikrar setia tumbuh bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa, bangun UNS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret menghimpun generasi prestasi bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. UNS selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret, pelopor benteng Pancasila. Jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyertai. UNS selalu ku cinta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya, salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik, Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas 11 Maret, all of these cultures.
Mesti luhur ambangun negara, mengaliri reduksivitasnya.
Sepenuh jiwa dan raga, ingkar satya tumbuh bersama. Asa rasa karya dan karsa, bangun UNS penuh cinta.
Pascasarjana Universitas
11 Maret, Rover Benteng Pancasila, jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyapa. Jiwa dan raga, ikrar satya tumbuh bersama, asa rasa karya dan karya, bangun UNS penuh cinta. Universitas 11 Maret, menghimpun generasi prestasi, bagi putra putri bumi pertiwi. Selalu di hati. Universitas 11 Maret, Rover Benteng Pancasila, jayalah jaya selama-lamanya, semesta turut menyapa. NS selalu ku cinta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik. Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas 11 Maret, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of 11 Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat. Dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya Salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone, perkenalkan nama saya Elik, Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya Salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas 11 Maret, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of 11 Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional, membuat layanan kepada mahasiswa semakin berkualitas.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan penelitian yang bermutu dalam pengembangan keilmuan, menghasilkan inovasi penelitian yang diterapkan ke dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta turut berkontribusi dalam mencetak kebutuhan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan kompeten dalam multidisiplin keilmuan.
Dunia berubah dengan cepat. Pandemi dan transformasi digital mengubah cara kita hidup dan cara kita bekerja. Kita hidup di dunia yang sangat kompetitif saat ini. Ekonomi kita mengglobal tanpa batas. Kita menjalani kehidupan yang kompleks dalam komunitas yang beragam. Ada peluang dalam situasi ketidakpastian ini. Di abad ke-21, kaum muda perlu menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup, individu yang percaya diri dan tangguh, juga pembuat perubahan yang bertanggung jawab. Sebagai institusi pendidikan, Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS mendukung mereka untuk menjadi inovator, wirausahawan, kolaborator, warga negara yang beretika, komunikator yang efektif, dan pencipta inovasi.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1998, kegiatan belajar mengajar di Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret didukung oleh tim pengajar yang unggul. Terdiri dari doktor dan profesor lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri dari berbagai disiplin ilmu.
Sekolah Pascasarjana adalah unsur pelaksana akademik setingkat fakultas yang bertugas menyelenggarakan dan mengkoordinasikan program Pascasarjana multidisiplin ilmu di Universitas 11 Maret. Terdapat 45 program magister dan 21 program doktor di Universitas 11 Maret. Untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor di Universitas 11 Maret, penyelenggaraan program magister dan doktor monodisiplin ilmu dilakukan oleh fakultas yang serumpun ilmunya. Sedangkan 5 program studi magister dan 4 program studi doktor multidisiplin ilmu, penyelenggaraannya dan pengelolaannya berada di Sekolah Pascasarjana.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret berkomitmen penuh dalam proses belajar mengajar melalui penyediaan berbagai fasilitas yang memadai dan dukungan non-akademik lainnya. Melalui sistem perencanaan yang berstandar kinerja dan dukungan sistem informasi, Sekolah Pascasarjana terus berkomitmen memberikan dukungan terbaik dalam proses akademik, pengembangan riset dan pengabdian masyarakat, juga peningkatan kerjasama dan internasionalisasi di era global.
Dalam upaya meningkatkan angka partisipasi di dalam aktivitas riset strategis yang berdampak, maka dipandang perlu membuat sistem inovasi penelitian berbasis riset group di Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS. Saat ini terdapat 4 riset group untuk mendukung budaya inovasi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret.
Sistem pembelajaran dan penilaian di Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan landasan bagi semua untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan disposisi untuk sukses dalam pendidikan, pekerjaan, dan kehidupan lebih lanjut.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta memiliki berbagai program studi unggulan, salah satunya Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, dengan berbagai minat yang dapat dipilih, diantaranya promosi kesehatan dan perilaku. Saya memilih minat promosi kesehatan dan perilaku karena jenjang karir yang luas, tidak hanya dibutuhkan di pelayanan kesehatan saja, tetapi juga dibutuhkan di instansi pendidikan, perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN, dan juga perusahaan di bidang pertambangan.
Program Studi Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Saya Salah satu alumni yang dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Merupakan kebanggaan bagi saya untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi dalam waktu 3 semester. Tentunya semua ini ditunjang dari tenaga pendidik yang berkompetensi, fasilitas yang memadai, serta adanya keterbaruan dari penelitian yang saya gunakan. Saya sendiri menggunakan riset penelitian meta-analisis yang dapat membantu saya dalam menyelesaikan studi selama 3 semester.
Hello everyone. Perkenalkan, nama saya Elik Jazahai, saya dari Rwanda. Saya mahasiswa S2 Ilmu Lingkungan di Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. I would like to share my experience while I'm studying in Indonesia, where I meet with different peoples from different countries. As we are coming from outside of Indonesia, all of us we have different cultures, but because of the Universitas Belas Malet, all of these cultures can make together in order to everyone can share the different cultures.
Hello everyone, I'm Fidel Ilaguha. I'm from Rwanda and I'm a student of Master's Program, Environmental Science, Graduate School, Universitas Belas Maret, Surakarta. After completing my studies here, I will go back to my country, my home country Rwanda, where I will give my contribution to achieve the CDGs and to deal with the environmental issues. I'm so proud to be a part of academic community of Masters of Environmental Science, Graduate School, University of Belas Maret, Surakarta.
Pascasarjana Universitas 11 Maret telah menjadi ruang belajar yang nyaman bagi para mahasiswa. Ditunjang dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran yang memadai dan staf yang profesional.
Di masa depan, kita memiliki beberapa tantangan untuk membangun dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama-sama, mari kita hadapi tantangan perubahan. Sekolah Pascasarjana UNS.
Jangan pakai musik biar enak ya. Wait ya, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have the music. Ya, sekali merepotkan soundman-nya ya, sekali-sekali, okay? Okay, so only one category in this IComSi 2022 and best presenter goes to...
Papasan, kowe song guyu,
anti-climax ya. Okay, best presenter goes to Queen RR Zaidah. Do we have Queen here? Oh, Queen, come here please, Queen. Okay, Queen, the effectiveness of Quran recitation audio therapy on improving student concentration power. Could you please hear? Okay, and I kindly invite Ibu Haryani, Sabtaning Tias PhD, to join us on stage to deliver the certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please big round of applause for Ibu Haryani Sabtaning Tias PhD. Such a hard work, yeah, Bu, yeah. So I think it's the pleasure to deliver the award for the best presenter, Queen. Oh, can we give applause again for Queen Zaida? Okay, look at the camera, okay. The token of appreciation already delivered and also the certificate. Okay. Congratulations. Okay, once again, look at the camera. Okay. Oh, Queen. Can we give him like a support for Queen? Yeah, congratulations. All right, so now ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna close this. Please stay still here with a photo session together. So please, all of you here, we're gonna have a photo session together with you all here. Okay, come on. Okay, so Queen, you can stay here, we could stay here. We can have a photo session. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Ayo, berfoto bersama dulu. Music, come on. Now you can play the music. Okay, we're gonna have a photo session together here on the stage of IComSi 2022. Okay, and our cameraman will direct us here. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a photo session. So we're gonna divide it into two rows. Two rows, yeah? Okay, two rows. Yes.
Ayo bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, atas sama bawah. Dua, atas sama bawah. Atas bawah, atas bawah. Yang merasa tinggi bisa di atas. Oh ya.
Baik, boleh sisinya diisi sebelah kiri dan sebelah kanan ya, hati-hati ini boleh di take out aja mungkin. Agak repot ya untuk TV-nya ya, oke. Usahakan semuanya terlihat ya, itu ada 3 baris, gimana mas? 2 baris, 2 baris atau 3 baris? 3 enggak apa-apa, oh ya boleh. 3 baris enggak apa-apa Bapak Ibu. Oh ya, oke. Iya. Baik, ibu-ibu boleh di atas. Kali ini bapak-bapak yang di bawah gitu ya. Oh wow. Oke. Iya, pose kesebelasan ya. Baik. Oke, badannya serong ke kiri dan ke kanan. Oke. Ini nggak imbang ya, yang di sebelah kanan ke sana 1 atau 2 orang, silakan. Iya, biar imbang kanan kiri. Yang di belakang, yes. Wiku di tengah aja ya, jangan kemana-mana ya. Boleh. Oke, kita ambil foto dulu ya. Oke, kamera yang mana nih? Kamera ini dulu ya, kamera yang pakai, mas yang pakai udeng biru dulu ini ya. Lihat kamera sini. Baik. Sekali lagi ya. 1, 2, 3. Gaya bebas. Gaya bebas ya. 1, 2, 3. Gaya bebas yang kedua. Yo, kita ada 100 gaya Bapak Ibu ya. Kebetulan ya. 1, 2, 3. Oke. Iya, sekarang kita mau ambil video Bapak Ibu. Saya akan bilang IComSi 2022, Bapak Ibu bilang sukses ya. Oke ya, kita akan ambil videonya. Oke. Oh ya, kurang mundur dari depan UNS mas, lucu. Iya, boleh. Siap ya Bapak Ibu ya, saya akan bilang IComSi 2022, mohon dijawab dengan sukses. Baik, saya akan mulai dalam 3, 2, dan 1. IComSi 2022. Oke, kenapa? Amatiran deh, oke sekali lagi Bapak Ibu ya. Oke, 3, 2, 1. IComSi 2022. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Thank you so much. Kami silakan kalau ada yang masih ingin berfoto sendiri-sendiri, monggo jangan lupa HP-nya yang tadi dititipkan, diambil lagi. Ya. Wiku akan tetap di situ sampai jam 12 malam untuk melayani foto ya bersama dengan para peserta. Oke? Baik, kita akan lanjutkan dengan sesi foto pribadi. Untuk panitia juga jangan kemana-mana terlebih dahulu. Nanti kalau sesi foto yang di atas panggung sudah selesai, kita akan lanjutkan dengan sesi foto bersama dengan panitia. Gitu ya Bapak Ibu ya. And once again, thank you very much ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm Albert, saying thank you for your stay here until the end of the conference. It was really an honor to serve you all and see you at IComSi2023, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you lo, tepuk tangannya ya, masuk surga langsung nanti. Yang gak sekarang, woi. Bercanda. Iya, jangan lupa hashtag ini ya, IComSi 2022. Ih, Wiku, saya penasaran siapa sih Mbak Angga yang dibalik Wiku itu sebenarnya siapa sih? Figur dibalik Wiku itu siapa?
Sebenarnya Mas Albert sudah paham sebenarnya. Sudah
Masa sih?
Iya.
Mas Yudi?
Mungkin.
Bukan ya?
Makanya Mas Yudi nggak ada di sini.
Bener, nggak ada ya?
Nggak ada.
Oh iya bener, nggak ada, bener. Tadi katanya ada hiburan akhir apa? Kembar Rido sama Rizky nggak ada ya?
Rido Rizky panggilan untuk
Itu Rizko Ridi? Rido sama Rizky, mana Rizky? Katanya mau nyanyi dulu.
Yang pakai baju krem tadi. Runtang-runtung berdua dari pagi tadi ya.
Lah iya itu panitia yang membantu kita juga loh.
Tapi satu juga pasangan fenomenal Mas Al.
Siapa tuh?
Lesti kejet-kejet. Oh enggak ada ya.
Dia lagi sedih loh dibuat bercanda loh.
Enggak.
Oh kan beda ya, ini kan Lesti kejet-kejet ya. Iya bener. Kejet-kejet itu kayak apa,
Sama Rizky blar-blar tadi ada tadi.
Ada.
Tolong dicarikan panitia.
Tuh, Rizky sama Rido udah jalan nih.
Ini dia.
Berdua, katanya mau nyanyi dulu berdua. Gak ada. Oh, gak jadi. Payah ah.
Gimana sih Rizky Rido kekompakan Anda diuji loh.
Loh, gimana sih? Tina Tun loh. Kalau kembar tuh siapa? Tina sama Tun ya? Gak ada ya Tina sama Tun ya? Gak ada.
Tadi Rizky Rido tadi Anda salah disebut sama Mas Al.
Kenapa?
Rido Ridwan.
Siapa juga. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Yo panitia yo. Yang merasa panitia foto dulu yuk silakan.
Bapak Ibu peserta setujukah jika IComSi dilanjut annual tahun berikutnya?
Saya mah setuju-setuju aja ya, setuju. Permisi kenapa ini masih ada harganya ya?
Maklum, usia hotel ini kata tim hotel tadi baru 3 minggu Mas.
Oh baru 3 minggu, iya bener. Sampai ada, masih ada harganya loh. Bohong kok gak ada harganya.
Yuk tim panitia yang merasa pakai baju blue navy.
Panitia,
alias biru
ayo
doker.
berfoto dulu. Jangan malu-malu, tadi minta foto, sekarang malu-malu.
Peserta yang belum rela meninggalkan ruangan karena bayarnya merasa mahal, boleh masih stay di sini. Boleh, kami silakan.
Untung dia orang pasca ya, bilang kayak gitu nggak apa-apa ya.
Silakan.
Kalau saya nggak berani.
Merasa masih belum rela bayar seminar ini, dipersilakan masih di tempat ini. Sesuai dengan keinginan Anda.
Ayo para panitia, silakan menuju ke panggung untuk berfoto bersama.
Yang
ya.
merasa panitia, yang merasa lelah dan merasa pekerjaannya paling banyak, silakan maju untuk foto.
Iya, terutama untuk panitia itu kayaknya podiumnya bisa dipinggirin ke dikit gitu ya, ke kiri gitu ya. Habis ini goyang Bu. Iya, panggungnya goyang, panggungnya goyang, panggungnya goyang. Ayo. Silakan, para panitia silakan berfoto terlebih dahulu.
Ya,
Ayo keburu maghrib katanya. Yuk. Ini udah 4:30. Segera berfoto dulu. Kita akan abadikan momen IComSi 2022. Kita
Silakan
tinggal.
panitia yang merasa pekerjaannya banyak dan ngeluh terus dari pagi tadi.
Iki apa tuh sakjane iki?
Silakan berfoto dulu.
Tuh lihat wanita-wanita perkasa itu loh, emansipasi wanita ya kayak gini nih ya.
Tapi saya marahi mereka tadi.
Wanita. Ayo panitia silakan berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Diatur dulu, mana ini? Kamu dong
Terlihat sekali ya Mas Al postur-postur mahasiswa dan postur-postur ibu-ibu.
Nggak boleh gitu ya.
Loh, saya nggak body shaming, hanya mengatakan terlihat sekali.
Postur mahasiswa dan postur mahasiswi berbeda gitu kan maksudnya. Gimana Mas, ada yang perlu diatur dulu? Gimana jurus foto?
Ini panitia buat jangan susah diatur gini loh.
Main dibagi apanya? Dibelah? Sakit dong. Beberapa di bawah, pose bola. Ya, pose anak bola. Ya Allah, kuwi karo-karo ngopi, Tuhan. Masya Allah. Kuwi ana sing ngarepan dhewe iki lho sik karo ngopi.
Ayo, yang merasa laki-laki tuh boyong ngalah gitu loh. Kecuali Rizky blar-blar.
Soalnya nek wis pose kayak gitu tau Mbak Angga, biasanya harus ngadeki kangelan lho. Malah jorok-jorokan. Satu ceweknya pindah ke kanan, ya. Oke. Ya, ganti lensa dulu katanya. Wikune anu loh, biaya memakainya itu 1 jam dihitung loh, dia per jam loh ngitungnya. Monggo Pak, ditenggol. Iki senengane garape wong kok iki ya. Oh lah. Nyun sewu Pak, nggih emang siange ngoten niku.
Sapa to jenenge garape wong? Gua tak potong anggarane lho.
Mentang-mentang bagian keuangan nih wedi aku. Iki jare mau ganti lensa, saiki ganti katok, arep ganti apa meneh bar iki. 100 jebretan. Yo. Maskernya dibuka dulu, yang masih pakai masker. Oh enggak ada ya? Wena. Kakek Bilar ketawanya yang rela, ayo. Berarti si Wiku dong. Jangan. Gaya cool. Formal. 1, 2, 3. Yo, gaya bebas. Bebasnya masing-masing. Iya. Oke, sekarang gaya apa lagi? Gaya kupu-kupu. Yo, habis ini gaya kayang ya. Tunjuk 1 bintang, gaya tunjuk 1 bintang boleh? Tunjuk 1 orang, 1 sana. Iya dong. Ya boleh, asal-asal menunjuk gitu loh. Pose gitu loh, semuanya di sana ada apa gitu loh. Yuk. Kalau pose kan tinggal gini doang, kenapa dihitung ya? Ada masalah apa ya? Ayo tunjuk sana, yuk. Yuk, 1. Ada loh yang nunjuknya cuman gini loh. Pamer bicep. Sana. Video. 2022 bilang apa? Sukses. Iya, jangan mengeluh, nggak boleh mengeluh, gila. Siap ya? IComSi 2022. IComSi 2022. Wena. Sudah? Fotografer foto sendiri sekarang. Udah ya, terima kasih teman-teman, kerja keras yang luar biasa. Oh iya Ibu mau foto sama Wiku nggak Bu? Sama Wiku, iya Wiku stay sampai jam 12 malam pokoknya.
Sampai jam 12 malam.
Siapa sih Wiku? Aku penasaran deh.
Ya nanti ya. Nanti kita buka ya.
Hah? Kenapa? Wiku stay dulu ya. Mari silakan Bapak Ibu yang dari Bandung jauh-jauh, terima kasih sudah ke kota Solo, jangan lupa mampir